Okay. Good morning to you all. I am Dr. Vana
Good
Shoy.
morning, ma'am.
Okay, as I have said, I put on the video also, so you can see me, so that you can see me. I am Dr. Vana Shoy. I'm Associate Professor of Department of Pharmacology. So this is just an online classes, but hope to see you all in the near future. We hope that we could have offline classes. So after you pass your first MBBS, your anatomy, biochemistry, and physiology, you will be meeting us after you pass your first MBBS in the Department of Pharmacology. There we are going to teach you the medicines or the drugs which you are going to write in your, or which you are going to prescribe to your patient. Okay, so this is just the introduction. While waiting for your friends, let me introduce myself. Okay, now you are all are 64, right? So you have to pass your first MBBS, that you know, all of us know. So then after you pass your first MBBS, you'll come to your second MBBS. There will be a subject of pharmacology, microbiology, and pathology. So there you'll meet us. So we are going to teach you drugs, okay? Drugs or medicine, whatever you call it, which you are going to prescribe to your patients. So today is just a highlights of the history of medicine, how some medicine developed, and how our forefathers treat themselves. Okay. Let us just go back today, 1 hour. Let us just go back to the prehistoric time, from the prehistoric time, and how the medicines developed in the okay. Then okay, I think only 68 of you are in the class. So we can just start, and at the meantime, while waiting for reference, yeah, we can just go straight to the prehistoric medicine. Okay. So the relationship between religion and the treatment of disease is beginning from the beginning of the history, or the beginning of the also say, okay, in the prehistoric man believed that the illness and disease were punishment from gods. Of course, it is not a punishment. Once you are born, we are the medicines or the evolving of, anyway, once we are born, we are supposed to die, right? No, nothing lasts forever in the world. So the first physicians were the witch doctors who treated illness with ceremonies, and like the relationship between religion and the treatment of disease is from the past. Okay, it relies on the from the prehistoric time. So since they thought that the illness is because of the disease is because of the punishment of God. So the treatment of the disease lies on the hands of the holy man. In each and every culture, the treatment of the disease relies on the hands of the holy man in each and every culture. So anyway, there is a natural way God has given us, like it's a good diet, okay, setting of bone fractures by each and every culture is having their having some people who can be very well in the manage the dislocation, the fractures, and they are using the nuts and herbs and the plants. Till today, we are using lots of plants, and we extracted some medicines from the plants, which is being used. So some of the so learning about the prehistoric time, some of the things they use are helpful. Some of the things they use are not that very helpful, and some of the remedies are even dangerous. Okay, so these things, prehistoric medicines, we can get it from the fossils or from the archaeologists who should have dug it out. Okay, so let us come to the Egyptian nature. So the Egyptians, the Greeks, the Romans, Chinese, and the Indians are the ones who are having a very good history of medicine in their culture, in the history. So let us just first go to the Egyptian. I hope you can hear me. So the Egyptians in the ancient Egyptians, 3,300 BC to around 500 care with wealth and trade. So they are having a very good wealth and trade. You can see from the history and from the picture. They believe that the gods, demons, and spirits played a key role in causing of the disease. So many of the treatments relies on the holy man or the priest, but their wealth, and they are having a very advanced science and technology. As you read the Egyptian history, I Gupta, no, in Mizo, very Mizo accent. In the Bible also are very wealthy, mummifications and the things they have treated, they are very advanced. So they are using even copper as a disinfectant, and they use even needle and thread, which we use till today as to stitch the wounds, and they all massage to reduce the pain. So the pain. Till today, we are using this oil massage and needle and thread to stitch the wounds. So they are very advanced in the field of medicines, the Egyptians. Okay, so in around 3,000 to 5,000 BC. So let us look closely to this. This is the Egyptian physician, the Imhotep. And this, look, all of you please look at this picture. This is the Eye of Horus. So this Eye of Horus, in the history of Egypt, in the story, it says that the Horus and Set, they fought in a struggle with Set. Horus lost his left eye. Then this Hathor restored this left eye of Horus. So how magically, no, it is written that magically Hathor restored the eye of Horus. This restoration in health, the whole of the process of the whole of protection, health, and restorations is a sign of this sign. The Eye of Horus is a sign of protection, health, and restorations. So this is a little bit like R, no, like this. So a left eye of Horus. So see, from this this picture, we have taken the modern day prescription symbol. So let us see that this one. This I just wrote it by myself in my own hand. So like this, R with a long leg and with X. So it is simple. Was in the printed in the textbook, you'll just see RX. Okay, RX. But actually, when you have written, it should be like this. The R it has to have a long legs, and then it will be X like this. So this treatment we call in Latin was tec or tec das. Okay. So it signifies the protection, health, and restorations for your patients. Okay. So this sign, this treatment sign, so we just call Tec Das or Tec Dao, it's taken from this very old Egyptian medicine in around 3,000 to 5,000 BC from this Eye of Horus. Okay, so you have to know that too. Okay, so you are going to be a doctor, so we have to know what is why they are using this R with the long legs with this X. Okay, this is the it's taken from the way back from 3000 BC. Okay, by the time of the Egyptian culture. Okay, adopted from the Egyptian culture. So they are very advanced. They are having this Ebers Papyrus, which is a written medicinal or a drugs book, which contains around 800 preparations of drugs. Okay. And they are very advanced. So it contains around 800 preparations of herbs and drugs. And this Eden Smith Papyrus has been written around 16,000 BC. So they are very advanced in the in medicine, in Egyptian culture. See, look at this one. See, dental bridge also they have already there. It was already there. Nowadays, what you call it? Brace, no? Dental braces also nowadays you are putting when you go to a dental surgeon, they are putting your dental braces, and it is the practice of medicine is very advanced there in the Egyptian culture. Their mask picks eye, it is used as for eye problems. So this they blended with honey and red or key for the eye problem. This honey is having those anti-inflammatory. Honey is till today we are using honey for some medicines. Then crocodile dung is also used as a contraceptives, and so mold bread is for treating. They use this molded bread for to destroy pathogens and cure infections, like they're using as an antibiotics. Already they're in the Egyptian culture. There's molded breads to destroy the pathogens, to kill the bacteria, or we call pathogens. Okay, during the time of Egyptian. Okay, so let us move on. We are having only 1 hour, right? If I keep on talking, it will take such a long time. So let us. The next one is our Indian culture. Indian history is Indian medicine is the oldest surviving complete medical system in the world, which survives till today. So it highlights of the way of life that teaches how to maintain and protect health is the Indian system of medicine. We call it Ayurveda, Unani, homeopathy. We just included in Indian, but it is not an Indian origin. So Unani, Siddha, no, Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, and these are familiar from this Indian system of medicine. Ayurveda is, Veda is knowledge in Sanskrit. So an ancient Indian healing art is our Indian system of medicine. So they are very, very good physicians like Charaka, then Sushrutas are the surgeons. The traditional Hindu medical system native to India is a diet, herbal treatment, and yoga. Okay, so yoga nowadays, especially after nowadays, they flourish Indian system of medicine. They wanted to uplift the Indian system of medicine. Of course, we are blended with the modern system of medicine. It is so much so that we'll come to it in the later part of the lecture. So this is the world's first university is Takshashila University for the course of Ayurveda, which takes 8 years to complete, which is all established in 600 BC. So we are very advanced. The Indian system of medicine is very advanced. They had even the Takshashila University for Ayurveda in 600 BC, established a huge university at Takshashila in Nalanda, contributed to the spread of knowledge of various parts of the world. Nalanda University till today, it is very popular, right? So the glories of Hindu medicine rapidly declined when the wave of invaders attacked India. Okay, so that you have to know. So there are different properties of 1,270 species of plants, 800 herbal remedies in Ayurveda, surgeries of cataract and rhinoplasty. Everything was done in this culture, in the Indian culture. Okay. But this Hindu medicine, or the glories of Hindu medicine, declined when the wave of invaders attacks. So these are the physicians. This site is the Indian system of medicine, Brahma, this Charaka, all these people, which is some of them, it is difficult to pronounce their names also. There's a compilation of Charaka Smita and Sushrata Smita. So Charaka is something to do with like the medicine side, and Sushrata is from the surgery side. Okay, Nagarjuna compares and revises Sushrata's book or compilations. They have done the cataract, means when the pupil, you will be learning when you are in a final MBBS, so phase 1, cataract means when the pupil is becoming white. When you are becoming old, people become white. So nowadays, if you will read the paper or if you see the TV, people used to go for eye exam, right? In the PHC or in the district level also, they used to operate lots of cataract, and so that the old people can see again. So there is a white, the people will be whitening, but so that cataract surgery was done by Sushrata. Okay, long way back in the beach, it seems that in the history, it seems that he used to sit there after taking bath. Sit there, and the patient will sit in front of him. Then they will tie the patient up so that they will not move here and there. So Sushrata has done retinoplasty or this cataract surgery also way back. Okay, so we are the Indian as are very advanced. So while we are in our MBBS life, in our MBBS days in 1990s, okay, so maybe before you all are born, we were divided into a house. Okay, so there in our medical college also, we used to, there will be a Charaka house, Nagarjuna house, Sushrata house, like that, Dhanvantari house, like that. We used to divide the medical students in the college week also. Okay, so they are very advanced in the blooming of Ayurveda. Okay, is from those days. Okay, so next one is our Chinese. So around Chinese are also very, very advanced. Okay, what I have to say, Shang Dynasty is there around 17 to 11 BC. There is an origin of traditional medicine which they practice till today. Okay, the Chinese system of medicine is practiced till today. So they are very advanced. They are having the textbook of medicine in the Zhou, during the Zhou dynasty, and it comes to around 200 BC. There is a Jin dynasty. They introduced the acupuncture and moxibustion. Acupuncture, I'll show you the picture. Let's see. This is acupuncture. No, they'll prick different parts of the body. Is this acupuncture? Okay, different. And this is moxibustion. While pricking the different parts of the body, they'll burn. No, they'll burn something. So that is the Baston. Okay, Tang dynasty. So they expanded and revised their acupuncture and their moxibustion. In the it comes to Jing dynasty, the proliferation of popular books as well as more advanced encyclopedias on traditional medicine. So the Western medicines were introduced at the local level by the Christian medical missionaries. So that in the from around 19th centuries only, even the Chinese are using the modern system of medicines through the local level of Christian medical missionaries. Okay, so there are the practice of this acupuncture, acupressure, moxibustion, cupping. No? This is in a human body. This is the cup, okay, which they put in the cupping. And there are lots of herbal formulas which they produce till today. Malaria is treated with cinchona bark, right? From Sinkonaba, you must have learned. Now also I teach my kids when they are from class 2. From quinine is derived from Sinkonaba. So nowadays, Artemisinin derivatives are derived from this China's herb Artemisia. Okay, so they are using this. This is a massage. I think nowadays they call it. I don't know. I just imagine maybe this is what they call it, spa or whatever the massage. No, Japanese, Chinese, they are doing lots of massages, and this exercises maybe kung fu, right, or whatever martial arts they are doing is very helpful, or it is very healthy for the body and mind. Okay, so what the human body is, according to the Chinese medicine, the principles of traditional medicines are the human body needs harmony within and with the universe. So they know what is the importance of water, fire, earth, metal, wood. So we all are interlinked. All the living things in the world, we need each other. Okay, so that is their motto, and it is they stand. It is very true today. So we don't have isolated organs, but organ system that we have are interconnected. So they make this star, no, very nice. This is a maybe the lungs, heart, or the kidney, or whatever the organs that we are all in related. Okay, we need each other, so they know it very well. So this is the acupressure. I just wanted to stress on this acupressure. You know, when those who they're experts, the Chinese medicine, those who are expert in Chinese medicines, it seems that they can know from the not only from this food, from the palm also, like that palm. When you see this palm also like this part or whatever, it represents the kidney, this part represents the heart, this part represents the intestine or something like that. See this from this picture, if you can see, see this part. Okay, it represented the intestine and the kidney. So how you call it in, especially in Mizo, those once you go back to the heart of India, people will see what Kudze and Thiam and all. Okay, so they'll know, they'll try to tell you your future. Just like that, they will try to tell you when they see the palm or the sole of the food, they can tell you which part of your body is not good or it's not right, like that. Okay, so somehow they are having a very, very good foundation or a very, very good culture in this medicine. So what their typical traditional Chinese medicine therapies says that all the parts of the body is interconnected, and so we cannot isolate any organs from the body, and we are the earth, okay, the wood, the fire, the water, all are very important for the harmony. For the harmony or a living being. This is very true till today, right? So let us go to it's already half hour past. So this is the Babylonian medicine. So Babylonian medicines, it is of course they are introduced the concepts of diagnosis. Which diagnosis means what type of disease you are suffering from is your diagnosis. Prognosis means is it very fatal, or is it not that serious, whether it is very serious or not. Okay, physical examination and prescriptions. Patients were treated with various therapies, both magically and medicine serve as a strategy for healing the sick. Okay, so both the minds, okay, and the medicines were carried together. So this is a Babylonian Queen of Night, healing goddess. So they introduced, well, there in around 18 BC, they have already introduced the bandages. See the creams and some pills you can see from the Babylonian kingdom. So there is extensive handbook, clay handbooks have been introduced. So then the preparation and source of medicine at the ancient Babylon kingdom. But still, there is no systemic funds of knowledge of the human body. Okay, so they have done many things, but there is no systemic base or foundations that the human body contains this and that. They still thought that the disease is caused by the demons or their angry gods. So they try to please the god, especially this one, the healing god of Babylonian queen of night, which is Ishtar. Then comes to the Greek. Okay, this is very important. The Greek civilization, the Greek system of medicine. Ancient civilizations were undoubtedly versed in the use of herbs as medicines, and extensive written records appeared only during the time of Greeks. So these Greeks are the ones, especially this Hippocrates. Hippocrates is the Greek physician for the treatment of the patients. Okay, he discovered, like, even though some of the findings or what he claimed is wrong, as scientifically we have been found wrong, but Hippocrates is a very good physician. His motto is "Do no harm." We have to heal, or we try to protect the patient. Okay, so that is do no harm to the patients. So he has collected books. Then this Hippocratic oath that we'll come to it later. This Hippocratic oath is the oath which we have said and we have been using as a medical doctor, MBBS, when we are studying. Okay, when we are registered as an MBBS or a doctor to practice our knowledge, a doctor, we have to say this oath, Hippocratic oath. Okay, so he is blood. He knows how to do blood, air, so yellow bile, black bile, and phlegm, that is water. So there is a hot, warm, dry, wet, cold. It signifies all these things for the human life, for the human body. Okay, so this Hippocrates is very advanced. Okay, so till today we are using this Hippocratic oath, which has been modernized, okay, in day to day. So it is believed that drugs has some properties. Okay, he believed that the drugs or the herbs which he has taken from the mud or the from the plants have some properties like warmth, coldness, dryness. For the combination will lead to effect. All these combination will lead to effects. So from this Greek medicine, they know how to use belladonna. Well, Bella is a lady, and so belladonna is one of the oldest medicine which they use. They use still today. Belladonna is still used today. When you come to our department pharmacology, maybe in their first, second, or third classes, we'll talk about this belladonna. Some peppermint, in this aniseeds. It was used as a medicine. It's still in the Greek culture also. Then there is a snake is used as evil. This was a snake has been used a symbol of evil since the time of Greek medicine. So there is an extensive documentation of Chafastas, which combined 45 medicinal plants those days. So the Greeks were very advanced. So let us just go through the for your general knowledge, because it is very boring, no history. So this is the belladonna. This is the belladonna plant. Okay, if you Google, you'll see lots of belladonna plants there, especially for the Italian in those days. They used to instill the belladonna extract. Okay, plants. They just squeeze it and they try to put in the eye. So the pupil will be enlarged. But the focus of the things will be a little bit blurred. Okay, so they thought that when a woman, and nowadays we are using kajal and all, no eyeshadow, what no, we are using to beautify ourselves. So those days they are using this belladonna, even though poisonous, they just instilled in the eye, so the people will become big. Okay, then they think themselves when they are having a big pupil, so very beautiful. Okay, Bella means a lady, no? So from there only this name came belladonna. So till today we are using this plaster, no? Your father or your grandfather might have used this belladonna, transdermal patch, when they have a body ache. Okay, see, like this they are putting now. So this is the transdermal patch is still used from the time of this Greek. Okay, they already used belladonna, but not as a pain reliever. So till today we are using it as a to relieve the pain. Okay, so then there's a peppermint, is what pudina, no? So has been used as a pain reliever since the time of Greek. Okay, this peppermint, we call it pudina, right, in India. So this also has been used nowadays. If you see in cosmetics, or if you Google, also there are lots of peppermint oil. And another one is this anise seeds. Anise seeds has been used, was used in the time of Greek medicine. So the fruits of aniseed contains essential oils rich in anethol. Okay, digestive and carminative properties suitable for flatulence. What digestive? For digestion. Okay, all these things you are going to learn it when you come to your second MBBS. Expectorant means for cough. Okay, expectorant. It is also good for cough. It is also antiseptic to kill the bacteria. In sweetener, it is sweetener and aromatic species. So it is having a very good smell also, right? So from the Greek. From the time of the Greek civilizations, these are the things they use, which we have been used in even in our day-to-day life. Okay, so then from the Greek, so let us see this. Oh, this is the Hippocrates. Okay, let us try to see this one and this one, and this is the Asclepius. Okay, Asclepius with the snake, with a rod in his hands. Okay, so, and these are very important Hippocratic oaths, and these are Asclepius. They are the ones which we use till today as an MBBS, a doctor. These are the signs which we use. Okay, so we have adopted from these Greek medicines. So around this busy Hippocratic oath has come from that Hippocrates. Okay, from the Greek. See, this is the original ones. It is very difficult to read. I swear by Apollo, the physician, and all these things, and Agrippas, and all this, no, it is very difficult to read now. So the first appearance of Hippocratic oath around, that is 400 BC, then rediscovered by the German in the scholars in 15,000 BC, then translated to English and incorporated into the Western medicine in the 17,000. Then 1948, adopted by the World Medical Association. The oath written by Louis Lasagna, which has been adopted by the many medical schools, is used still today. This is the Louis Lasagna. This I wrote this one is wrong. It should be Louis Lasagna, not Lassigny. This is the modern version of the Hippocratic oath, which we have, which has been like said whenever we are registered. No, we are even in your foundation day. I think you have to recite this Hippocratic oath. We used to recite this Hippocratic oath. You have to take this oath to become a doctor. Okay, so it is the modern version is rewritten by the Louis Lasagna, who is the dean of the of the university. This is not only this, it will be around 2-3 pages. So this is the only 3 points I focus here, just for you to understand. This is not the time for ethical medicine, so ethical class. Okay, this one I think you have to know. But this NMC, National Medical Commission, I think they have. It seems that they replace this Hippocratic oath with Charak Shapat, which I never knew. Okay. So I swear to fulfill the best of my ability and judgment this covenant. I will respect the hard-won scientific gains of this physical in those steps I work and gladly share such knowledge as in mind and those who were to follow. I will apply for the benefit of the sick all these measures required, avoiding those twin traps or over-treating and therapeutic nihilism. All these, they are different points, lots of points are there. This is the only 3 points. So the main thing is no harm. We should not do any harm to the patients. We should try to help. Whatever knowledge you have or regain during your MBBS or as a doctor, you should give your life to a commitment to the sick. Okay, that is the what this oath try to means. So this is the symbol, this doctor symbol. You might have, you are going to put this symbol in your vehicle or in your whatever once you pass out MBBS. Okay, this is the symbol of a doctor. MBBS, okay, you can put this one while others cannot put. Okay, so this comes from the Greek, the time from the Greek, no, Asipilas, right? As I have said, this is the rod, this is the wing, this is the rod, and this is the snakes. Okay, a doctor restores peace and saves us from evil. This is the snake is the evil. Okay, so the wing is a peace, symbol of peace, and the rod will help us. The rod will help from the snake, from the evil ones. Okay, so this is the doctor sign in the beside the Red Cross, putting written a doctor. This is the signs which you have to put in the vehicle or maybe in your brooches or whatever. So this comes from this Greek. We adopted all these things from the this as a place. Okay, these are snakes in our. It's from the Greek culture. Now we have been adopted all these things from this. Okay, so let us move on to the medical knowledge was acquired by the Romans. Let us go to the Romans medicine. They are knowledge was acquired by the Romans, by the Greek physicians who were brought into Rome or Romans Empire mostly by the Slavs. So the rest. If you think of the history, they are always war, no? They brought themselves into slaves or whatever there. So the medical knowledge was acquired by the Romans from the slaves, which they brought from the Greek. Okay. So the knowledge, their knowledge is coming from Greek dynasty only. So the Galen is their physician. He is the one who introduced this community medicine, we should say, because the prevention is better than cure. No, he knows that prevention is better than cure. So Galen is the one who you know, he is a Greek physician, Galen. So he said that the diseases are due to imbalance of blood, water, the milk flame, black bile, and yellow bile. There is an imbalance between the blood and the yellow bile or black bile in the body. Okay, so because they need a very healthy army. Okay, for the army, they need a healthy one. So theirs are very advanced in medicine, but most of their knowledge are coming from this Greek only. So they adopted this Asclepius idea with this public health. So because they need a healthy army. Okay. So there comes AD after Anno Domini AD. So in the BC they were very advanced, okay, right? As we have seen. So there comes the dark age for medicine or the drugs, okay, for the treatment. So the time of intellectual and societal stagnation throughout much of Europe. But the torch of the Ahmadiyya continued to burn the bright in the Islamic world. Yes, but in the European culture, there has been a dark age for medicine. After the Roman era, the practice of medicine is reverted back to the primitive medicine dominated by the superstitions and the dogma. They see all the diagrams shows various bloodletting, patient bled for the common conditions like fever. So remove, restore the body for the balance, and doctor combine the Galenic medicine with careful studies, and this one they are combining with the stars. No, they believe in the stars and influenced by the human body. So they are practicing all these bandages, but we know these sterile practices. So they are the Europe was ravaged with epidemic. The epidemic is nothing but this plague. Okay, from 800 to 14,000 AD, there is a plague. Plague means a pandemic. Okay, there is a epidemic of plague originated in Asia, then arrived to Europe because of because of some bacteria which they don't know that time. So around nearly 1/3 of the European population died by this bubonic plague. So there will be a huge bulge, okay, painful swelling in the apple size in the groin or the armpit, and oozing or red black spots appear all over the body. So they are just giving the name as a Black Death. And again, there is other epidemics like dysentery, scurvy, leprosy. So they wanted to renew the Roman and Greek medicines, but in this medieval world, they are doing much more than before in this era, Dark Age, 400 to 800 BC AD. Or let me fasten my lecture because I'm a little bit slow. So the church started running hospitals with the nurses. So the medical, there is a developed in medicine. So here they're using wine also as an antiseptic. Wine has been used from a long time back. No, we call it in Mizo, we call it zoo, and we call it alcohol in English. So there is a use of, they thought that it is spirit. No, the magical, the healing of is something to do with magic and spirit. So when they are taking wine or alcohol, so they got lifted up. No. So they got spirited. No, that is why they call it spirit also. Okay. Anyway, they thought that something magical has happened. No. So they started using the urine analysis and this theory of invisible germs and spread and cause a disease. They have believe this is poisonous airs and fumes. So there is a invasion of Norman in Europe. This period brought improvements to public health. So the travel becomes safer, the church becoming richer, and trade is increased after the pandemic. So they started improving the medicine. So there is a renaissance that time after the pandemic. So they are reborn of interest in the Greek and Roman medicines, building and sculptures, and there is a close study of the classical texts. So willingness to change existing ideas. There is a improvement in trade and health. So printing press, in the software of the church, and the artists attend the sections of human corpse and did illustration of medical books. So different types of improvement has been made, but there is a war. There are lots of quake coming up, and there is a bleeding using leech. Till this leech is having the anticoagulant property, anti-clotting property, in a simple word. But today they are using it. Okay, so this is the in this 17th century. In the 17th century, there is a Paracelsus, the German physician, which we call it the grandfather of pharmacology. And there are people of Ambroise Paré, and they promoted artificial limbs, encouraged human cadaver dissections, and this William Harvey, till today, William Harvey, you have to learn it. All mammals reproducing via fertilization, egg, vital sperms, and all they have introduced. So there are different types of systems which introduced in this era, okay, in this medieval era, in Renaissance period, but only few survive because men don't know about the disease. The main concept, this is wrong. Men's concept about the disease were incorrect and baseless. Okay, so without any without any clue. So they introduced several systems of medicine, but only few survived because the concept about the disease were incorrect and baseless. But so in this era, there's a Gregory, who introduced allopathy, that is bloodlettings or emetics means in introduction of forceful vomiting and diarrhea, purgatives, not to increase the passage of stools. And that means allopathy means meaning is other suffering. This word allopathy means other suffering. So this bloodletting emetics and purgatives are always fatal, and it is very meaningless. But we have a misnomer, like this allopathy is still today, it is used as a modern system of medicine. So anyway, just know that you are an allopathic doctor, but allopathy real meaning is other suffering. We are not allopathic, but anyway, this is a misnomer of modern medicine. It is called allopathy anyway. So you are going to be an allopathic doctor, but it will be opposite. You are not going to harm your patient. You are going to take the Hippocratic oath. You are going to heal your patients, right? So this. James Gregory introduced allopathy, which leads to bloodletting, emetics, and purgatives to let other sufferings. Okay, it is very harmful and meaningless. And Samuel H. Mann, by the time, discovered homeopathy. This means like care likes or dilution enhance the potency of the drugs. So this homeopathy is not originated from India. Okay, so it is till today there are people are using homeopathy. So especially in now Indian system of medicine, I wish Ayurveda, that's why I don't know, Unani, all this homeopathy, they are clapping together, right? People are reading this homeopathy also. Okay, anyway, so in the 17th and 18th century, so there are lots of improvements, like in discovery of shell, microscope, surgery, and this pathology. Obstetrics is for female, for even for delivery, for treatment of scurvy. So scurvy also killed many people, no, from the citrus fruit. And this obstetrics also, again, manual art of childbirth should be clean. So then in 1799, discovered the laughing gas is nitrous oxide is for anesthesia. Anesthesia means nimhlum. Okay, so anesthesia means the one you make the patient sleep inside the operation theater. The structure of human body was almost fully known due to new methods of microscope and injections. Even the body microscope structure was understood in around 17th and 18th century. Then this Samuel Hahnemann, which I have already put it in, who is a founder of homeopathy. See, there is a very good improvement. There is a smallpox. So James Jenner introduced, Edward Jenner discovered the vaccine from cowpox. Okay, the vaccine has been introduced by the Indian system of by the Indian in around 550 BC. Okay, oh, long way back also. Okay. So there is a lot of improvement in the 18th century. In the sorts of simple way of healing, the stick continues. So Jenner is saving many lives. Okay, in his work of this virus, this vaccine for smallpox. Okay, so in the 19th century is which people discovered many things. See, there are a lot of improvements in the medicine or in the medical science. So the portrait of history of medicine becomes more difficult in the 19th century. Discoveries are multiply, leading trend in modern medicine through these observations. From this, in 19th century, we are having this the modern system of medicine, discovery of the germ and how they cause the disease. All these things been discovered in this 19th century. So in the treatment in the medicine side, so the pain is relieved by the discovery of ether in the inside the anesthesia. Anesthesia means in the OT, ether was used. Again, chloroform has been discovered again by the James Simpson. So there is a change in the public health and the patients also stays in the hospitals. They isolated the patients from the patient. There is an improvement in nursing through Florence Nightingale. It started, it is real trend of modern medicine appearing in the 19th century, antiseptics, anesthesia, and there are new types of introduction in the discovery in the 19th century. So methods of isolation of drugs. Okay, in this 19th century, especially in the drugs, in the medicine, this Rudolf Buchem established the research lab in 1847. 1847. So with some of his students, those who are eager to study about the treatment of treatment in the drugs. So Oswald Spelman is a student of Buchem. He researched and read a book of this medicine or a book of drugs. Okay, how to treat the patients, a book of drugs, a textbook of pharmacology. He is also known as the father of pharmacology because he has written a book with his students. He is having around 120 students. So we are very lucky. Today, you are having evidence-based medicine. Okay, you are having your internet, you are having your textbook, you are having your practical books. All the medicines which you are going to write should not be just your imagination or just some hypothesis. It should be a evidence-based. So you will study the disease and you will diagnose and you will treat the your patient with evidence-based, which you can find it from the internet or your textbooks. Okay, so you have to learn it thoroughly. Then you have to write your treatment with evidence base. Okay. So the X-rays, psychiatry, in short, because man is not becoming not because of some devil or the demons. No, there is something wrong in the head. Okay, inside the new in the neurons, there is a neurology.
Ma'am, you're not audible. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. Okay, so we are coming to the end of the history of medicine. And so in the 19th century, there are lots of improvements. There is a discovery of this vaccine. Alexander Fleming discovered the penicillin, streptomycin. So during the Second World War, after Second World War, there is a streptomycin discovery and the sulfonamides for streptococcus. So there is a discovery of antibiotics which will kill the organisms which cause the disease. Okay, penicillin cures millions and millions of lives, right? After this discovery of penicillin, people are he saves many lives. Okay, so the antibiotics. So we just term streptomycin antibiotics. So you learn when you come to our department, you learn different types of antibiotics. Also, there's a blood grouping, endocrinologists, and immunology. There are isolations and hormones and vaccines discovered in this 19th century. Now the scientifically there will be there is a CT scans, X-rays, organ transplants, limb attached test tube babies in 1978, and there is a research still going on. Discovered drugs, madness, and sadness. First, in 1950, they discovered lithium also for depressions. Okay, for mania. So there is an advance. That 1996, there is a dolly, she becomes the first mammal cloned from the anti-adult. So they are breaking a code in 1953. There is a genetics discovery of hereditary of genetics of the breaking of. They just name it a breaking of God code because they discovered all this DNA genetics medicine has been discovered.
This was done at Rosalind Institute by Finn Dorset.
Okay.
The sheep.
Whatever it is the history. Okay. So there is a very advanced method which we don't need to go through it because today is a history of medicine. All these things, these are first draft human genome, 2006 is a mini liver, 2007, all these things, you just have to know it, okay, as a foundation course because you are going to be a doctor. Okay, so you are very lucky because you are in a advanced world now with all your internet, with all your this computer. Okay, so with this we come to the end of your history of medicine. So this is 2022. So you start your MBBS, first MBBS with your anatomy, physiology, biochemistry. Once you pass, you come to the pharmacology also. So there we learn. So now you know that people are putting efforts how to discover the medicines. So the scientists have discovered, you are going to study in your MBBS. So you are going to use it when you pass out your MBBS. Okay, we'll hope to meet you very soon in the future. Okay, till then, thank you and all the best, okay, for your future. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a nice day.
Have a nice day. I'll just leave or I'll end.
Nice day, ma'am.
I'll just leave, okay? I'll just leave the
Hello, students.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was talking to the person who's in charge of this session, but I cannot reach him. Anyway, the topic is about stress management, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
It seems like you can learn yourself to manage how to how to manage your stress. Anyway, kindly bear with us. I'll be talking to the person who's in charge, and I'll get back to you. Hello. Okay, students. I'm audible, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, see, managing the class online is a little bit difficult because for now, ZMC is a dedicated hospital for COVID-19. I think you have all of you have heard it. It's a dedicated hospital for Mizoram State for COVID-19. And we all know that our doctors, our faculties are all engaged. I mean, they are very busy. Some of them make times for you, for your class, and um, for some it might not be possible. Anyway, for today's class, for 12 to 1, the session is cancelled, and we'll try to get back to you at around 2. Okay, from 2 to 3.
Sir.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank
sir.
you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sir?
students, the class for 2 to 3 session will start from 1:30, and the person is in charge is still coming, Dr. Johan, and the class will start at around 1:35 or 1:40. So if your friends haven't heard about the shifting of the time, please contact them. Right now, we have only 41 participants. That means 40 students have joined. Around 30 students haven't joined. So please call your friends if they haven't joined the session.
Good afternoon, students.
Good
My name
afternoon,
is
sir.
Good afternoon.
Hello, sir.
I am Dr. Johan Vanalpeka. I am the assistant professor in the Department of Medicine. So I'll be taking the session, which is supposed to be started on 2 p.m. But since there is a time slot here, so I'll be starting now. And our topic is what it is to be a patient. So I think you all have been a patient before, like in your childhood, or maybe just 2 or 3 months ago, just maybe some few weeks back, because we are. So I want to emphasize on the role of a physician on the part, how do we communicate with the patient? Okay, so how to communicate with the patient. So the topic is what it is to be a patient, but we'll be talking mostly on the communication skills. Okay, so I'll be starting my presentation very soon. So I'll be taking it from the chair. So please, if there are any queries in between, feel free to interrupt and feel free to ask any questions. Okay, so I'll be starting my presentation. Hello, hello. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So today's learning objective will be what is patient-physician communication and what is the importance of that. And we'll be learning about how to communicate. Okay. So there are the techniques and there are some case scenarios, but we'll not be exercising these case scenarios and how to handle emotions of the patient party. Okay. So what is communication? So you are a patient and you have consulted a doctor, you have been to a doctor, then you want to communicate with the doctor. So it is a communication between the patient and the physician. So what is communication? Communication is the ability to share information with people. So it's a verbal communication, or it may be a gesture communication. So sometimes it may be your verbal communication, sometimes it may be your eye contact, or sometimes it may be your gestures, or sometimes your your movement of the body, different parts of the body. Okay, your body language. So it is to understand what information and feelings are being conveyed by others. Okay. Here, this slides depict. So there is a sender and there is a receiver. So the sender will send a message. It will be encoded. Now everyone is using WhatsApp messages. So in your WhatsApp messages, if you see the encrypted code, there will be numbers. Okay. So if they decode that numbers, the message will appear. So that is the same thing what we do in our daily life. We communicate with people. We are the sender, then the patient may be the receiver. Okay. Or sometimes the patient may be the sender, and sometimes the doctor may be the receiver. So a sender sends a code. So that code has to be decodified, then it has to be interpreted and actions has to be taken. Okay, so as I've mentioned, it may be in the form of a verbal codes, or it may be in the form of a eye contact codes, or it may be in the form of a body language code. Okay, so what is a doctor-patient communication? in this slide, you have a doctor and there is a patient, or there is a nurse. So there is a patient here, and the nurse is telling the patient, the doctor will see you now, but I can't promise that he'll talk to you, but he'll see you. So this is the problem in this era, in this decade. Patients are not satisfied with the doctor because doctor is examining the patient, but he's not communicating with the patient. He's not greeting him properly. He's not taking a consent before examination of the patient. And after examination of the patient, he's not telling the diagnosis of the patient, and he's not explaining about the prognosis of that. So that's the problem with doctor-patient communication. So as a patient, patients are hide, patients are angry. So patient, and sometimes patient party will crush the clinic or crush the casualty of the hospital. Then they will do there will be a violent act. Sometimes there'll be manhandling the doctor. Sometimes they'll be destroying the instruments, the furnitures of the clinic or the casualty. Okay, so the main idea of this lecture is how do we communicate well with the patient, and how do we solve all those problems that happens due to miscommunication. So in an effective communication, the core idea is, the core thing is, you have to have a very good heart to give a good patient care. So here there is a balance between medical care and this interpersonal care. So the model is biopsychosocial cultural model. So this has been designed by Engel in 1977. So it's not about giving medicine or medication injection to the patient, but it's all about caring his psychological issues, his social issues, his cultural issues. Sometimes your patient may be very depressed. Sometimes patient may have a problem with intermingling with his family members or his neighbors. So there are some social problems, and sometimes his cultural issues may also be there. So we have to take care of his psychosocial cultural issues as well as his biological or physical issues. So in a medical profession, the act of communication is an important part of communication. Okay, an important part of therapy. Okay, act of communication. And then sometimes it may only be a constraint therapy, and sometimes communication may require greater thought and planning than a drug prescription. Okay, and unfortunately, it is commonly administered in a subtherapeutic dose. Okay, so if there is no good communication, see, there is a crossroad here. So all the directions, from all directions, these vehicles will come and they may be collided. So the same thing will happen in real life when there is no good communication. Okay. So here is a picture which depicts the scenario of a casualty. So some patients are brought. See here, the doctor is shouting, "If I can be of any help, don't hesitate to ask." But see the manner in which the doctor is talking. Will you expect a good care or a good medical care from this doctor? Okay. So this may be the cons of poor communication. Okay. So if you don't communicate well, the patient symptoms will not be controlled, and sometimes there may be improper adjustment. Patient will lack compliance. Patient will not like to take your medication, and there'll be lack of cooperation. Sometimes you order the test, but patient may refuse to do the test. Sometimes it may worsen the distress of the psychological or the social distress of the patient. And sometimes patient may become too demanding. And nowadays, patient and his party are not hesitating to go to a court of law. Okay, you may have a medical legal problems. Okay, so what are the benefits of good communication? It relieves anxiety and better adjustment with the disease process, and there will be a good mutual exchange of ideas or feelings, and there will be a good compliance, and there will be a involvement of the family, and then patient will reduce self-isolation or social isolation, and he will trust you and he will accept whatever you have given him. Okay, so here is another example of our doctors good at communication. So you may understand it. So this is the data from India. 75% of the physicians felt that they had communicated well, but only 1% of the patients feel satisfied. Around 45 to 54% of the concerns are not elicited. Patient concerns are not elicited while they are consulting a doctor. And then 70% of malpractice litigations. These medical legal issues are due to poor communication. And 15 to 20% of medical errors are due to inadequate communication. So there are some instances where patient diagnoses are not explained properly. So the patient does not understand what is his problem, and then they may seek medical attention from different kinds of doctors. Sometimes they may end up with a quack. So due to inadequate communication, patient will not get a good quality care. Okay, so there is a fear palpable. So a recent survey by the Indian Medical Association reports that over 80% of the doctors in India are stressed out in their profession. So here you can see some pictures. These are assault on the doctors. Here one have a depressed fracture on the skull, and here one is handled by a mob, and here another one have a blunt trauma on the chest. Okay, so there are some facts and figures. 82.7% of doctors in India feel stressed out in their profession. 46.3% fear violence in the fear violence is the main cause of stress in many doctors. 24.2% doctors fear being sued. 62.8% of the doctors surveyed are unable to see their patients without any fear of violence. 57.7% have thought of hiring security in their premises. Okay. And then 56% of the doctors do not get a comfortable 7-hour sleep most days of the week. 13.7% fear criminal prosecution most days of the week. So that's the importance of communication. So there is a case scenario here, but will not be going through all the case scenario. So here there is a 60-year-old retired school teacher. She is investigated for a postmenopausal bleeding, and her histopathology, that is a biopsy reports that she had cancer of the cervix, which is stage 3. So I'm the doctor in charge, and now I want to discuss the diagnosis and various treatment options with her. She has her husband with her, and there's a 30-year-old son in front of me. So how will I break the news? Okay, so can anyone tell me, how do you expect as a patient? Okay, consider yourself to be a patient. So how do you expect your doctor to behave with you? How do you expect him?
First, I would expect the doctor if he wants to tell the diagnosis in front of all the family members or only me, in which the patient is comfortable.
Right. So you want your doctor to talk to the family first before telling the patient.
The doctor should ask the patient only if he wants to speak in front of the whole family or he wants to discuss it privately.
So there are different, there may be different ideas here. Okay. Some people, they may want to break the news in front of the family, but some people, they may want to break the news just to the patient or his spouse, because if they break the news in the presence of his son or daughter, that maybe there may be an emotional breakdown, because sons and daughters, they may not handle it very well without a preparation. Okay, so then what type of other qualities do you expect from that doctor, a good doctor? Can anyone share?
Smiley face.
Yeah, smiley face. Then
Honesty.
honesty. Yes. Then what else?
Apart from apart from diagnosing and breaking the news, I would also expect the doctor to he would give his best to treat me.
Yes. So you want to trust the doctor. So you want the best prognosis for the patient. And what else? What other qualities do you want from the doctor? See, some people may want to see a smiley face, soft-spoken doctor, then
Empathy.
empathy. Yeah, empathy is important. Then what else? In this topic, communication, what type of communicator do you want your doctor to be? What type of communicator?
That he could explain the situation in a simple way.
Yes, right. Simple way in a, so that the family can understand. And what else? Do you want your doctor to interrupt you every 1 or 2 seconds while you are asking questions?
No.
So they don't want, okay, most of the patients, they don't like his or her doctors to interrupt him every now and then. They want their doctor to be a good listener. Okay. So in the quality of a good doctor or a good communicator, one has to be a patient listener. One has to be a good listener. Okay. And what else do you want? Sometimes some patient, they said they want their doctor to be neat and tidy. He should be dressed well. He should be formally dressed. So do you want that type of doctor?
Above all, I want him to be confident.
Yes, that's right. So to be confident, you have to have a very good academic training. Okay, so that's how you are starting your career now. So this is for you. This is for you all, what we have learned today. Okay, how to be a good communicator. So it's starting from right now. Okay, so what are the goals of communication for a doctor? So patient information has to be gathered properly. Okay, you have to know your patient, you have to know the family of the patient, and you have to establish trust and rapport with your patient. You have to ask informed consent from the patient. See, whenever whatever you're doing to your patient, even if you're asking a history, or even when you're doing a clinical examination, just taking BP, just measuring the BP, just measuring his temperature, all requires informed consent. Okay, and especially when you are doing a high risk procedures like surgery, especially surgery, or sometimes when you are going for a cardiac heart invasive procedures, in that case you need an informed consent from the patient. Okay, you have to explain the procedure before, and then what are the harms it can do to the patient, what are the risks, and what can go wrong. Okay, sometimes even in case of prescribing a medicine, you have to give, or you have to take informed consent from the patient, because some medications have side effects, like your anti-tubercular drug. You prescribe anti-tubercular drug to a patient. If you don't explain that he can develop jaundice because of this, his urine will be yellowish, or sometimes he may have hearing or visual problem. So if you don't inform him, then it is at your fault. Okay, so increase compliance. Okay, compliance is very important. You prescribe a medicine, but if your patient does not take your medicine, there is a very poor compliance from your patient. And then we have to address the patient emotional needs also. Okay, and then you have to increase the patient satisfaction, and you have to elicit concerns of the patient. You have to be a good listener. You have to elicit what is the problem of the patient, whether it's a psychological problem, whether it's a physical problem. Okay, so in what way you can effectively communicate with your patient? The first thing is you have to comfort your patient. You have to speak in a language which is understood by your patient, and your style of question is important, and you have to listen effectively, and then you have to reflect from what you have listened, and then you have to summarize the problems of the patient, and you have to give a solution as well. Okay, so how do you comfort your patient? So some patient may require a privacy, and some patient may require a adequate amount of time. So first of all, you have to set up a good consultation room. Then you have to ensure privacy of the patient, and then you have to give him adequate amount of time, and then introduce yourself to him. I'm so and so, I'm a physician, or I'm a surgeon, or I'm an orthopedic surgeon, I'm a pediatrician. You have to make a good eye contact with your patient, and then you have to make the patient comfortable and avoid distractions. Okay, so nowadays we have this one mobile phones with us and gadgets with us. So these are the most distracting thing in our practice. Okay, do you want your doctor to be distracted with his mobile phone during your consultation?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Very irritating. And that may make your patient angry, maybe that may cause a miscommunication. Okay, so as I've told you, body language is very important, your non-verbal language. Okay, so which doctor do you prefer from this picture?
The right one.
Huh?
The lady doctor.
The female.
Female.
doctor.
The lady doctor. Okay,
Right one.
so if you're folding your arms in front of your patient, what does that language body depicts? It
It
is
can mean you're not
He's
interested
looking
in the
like he don't want to
conversation,
communicate.
you're bored, you're disturbed. It signifies something bad, like something negative.
Can you repeat? Can you repeat?
It can mean that
It
you are bored, you're not interested in the conversation, you're not interested in the patient. Something
So
like that.
in Mizo we said kut kwa na, this one. So if you're folding your arms in front, that means the gesture is you are acting very boldly with your patient. You are like you are repulsive to that patient. So you are not interested in the patient. Okay. So this is a very bad body language. Okay. And then verbal language. See, there these medical jargons, okay? Cerebrovascular accident, which is also known as stroke, hyperlipidemia, which is in a layman term called too much blood, too much fat in the blood, and then modality, that is method of treatment. So if you're talking to your patient in this medical language, then you will not make the patient understand. Okay, you may speak for half an hour, but patient may understand only few bits of what you have said to the patient. Okay, so avoid all these medical jargons, okay, when you're seeing your patient. So communication, yeah, we have verbal and non-verbal. So verbal maybe in the form of written or oral. Okay, so here there is a pie chart which is showing what are the percentage of ways of communication which are effective. Okay, see, visual communication is very important, as well as your vocal communication, plus say the tone of the voice, and sometimes your prescription is also very important. So here written, it's here no communication, we have written communication. So most of the patient, we wrote a prescription for them, but they cannot understand what we have written. Do you ever have you ever been to a doctor, all of you? I think once in your life.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
The percentage of the prescription written that you can understand it 100%?
No,
Like
sir.
approximately.
No, sir. They have bad
Their handwriting
Some
is
doctors
horrible.
are very few times, sir.
Okay. So do you want to be that type of doctor?
No.
Okay. See, nowadays, the younger generations are very meticulous with their prescription writing. So recently, the Supreme Court of India has issued an order where doctors' prescription have to be written in a bold letter. Okay, bold letter. It has to be understood by the patient. Then it has to be readable by the patient. Okay, so that's a very important part of communication. Okay, and then your question style is also important. See, if you start with a like closed question or a probing type of question, patient may not feel comfortable. So start with an open-ended question. Okay, see, you can start, say patient came with a chest pain. So here, this is one way we can ask, we can elicit the history from the patient. I can see from the notes that you have chest pain. Do you still have the pain? So this is an open-ended type of question. Okay, patient can say, oh, I have that chest pain from last week, 1 week back, and it was starting at around 7 a.m. in the morning, and then it got relieved, and the pain was on the left side of my chest. Then it was relieved with medication, and it was a burning type of pain. So you can go on and go on. So explaining to you about the symptoms, the pain he had. Okay, so that will elicit the patient's real problem. And then listen without interruption, and you may interrupt him like every 30 seconds, 18 to 23 seconds. Okay, and then this will set an influence on the patient, and he will gain the trust of the patient. Okay, so here, when you ask open questions, you have to avoid unnecessary interruptions so that you are hearing, encourage talking, and then tolerate silence. And then after listening all what the patient said, you have to summarize the problem of the patient, and you have to, as someone have already mentioned, empathy. Okay, you have to empathize the patient and you have to give the patient a realistic hope. So you have to be honest with the patient. Don't give a false hope to the patient. Okay. So be a good listener, be a good speaker, confirm your understanding and get more information for responses and use questions effectively and confirm with your body language. Okay. So sometimes we have to do paraphrasing or reflecting. Okay. So I have a severe pain. It is so difficult. I can't sleep. I feel like crying all the time. So this is how you address. It looks like your pain is severe and disturbing your sleep. It seems to me. Okay. So I don't know what to do. How am I going to tell the kids? I know they will be devastated. To tell them their father is dying. Oh God. I can see that you deeply care about your kids and their welfare. Okay. So you have to empathize the patient. So you have to summarize the problem of the patient and you have to come up with a good plan. Okay, you have to come up with a good investigative plan, then a good therapeutic plan, whether it's a medical care or whether it's a surgical care. Okay, so these are the pitfalls to avoid. Don't worry, it is going to be all right. Never said it is going to be all right to your patient, and never said it will get better with time. And we are doing everything we can. It could have been worse. Okay, so these are the things you have to avoid. Okay, so what is bad news? So patient is dying, patient have cancer, patient have HIV, patient have chronic kidney disease, you have to undergo a transplant. Patient have chronic liver disease, you have to undergo a transplant. So any bad news that drastically and negatively alters the patient's view of her or his future. Okay, this is called bad news. So it is one of the most difficult thing. It will be one of the most difficult thing, the most difficult communication points in your career or in your lifetime. Okay, so patient have a sense of helplessness. So there is a fear of death and dying. Then there is a fear that lack of time. Then so there will be a fear that you have to deal with the expectations of the patient and family members, and then patient and family members may be angry or aggressive. So we have to take care of all these problem. Okay. So this is a protocol called Spikes protocol. Okay. So number one is setting. Okay. This is called context and listening skills. And number two is perception. So patient's perception of condition and seriousness. And then invitation from the patient to give information. Then explain the medical facts. See, recently I have a patient, a 23-year-old boy who is diagnosed with multi-drug resistant TB. So that boy was very devastated with the diagnosis. It's the first time he had the TB infection. He's 23 years old only. Then the type of TB is multi-drug resistant TB. So the treatment is very long. It's a long treatment, 18 to 24 months of treatment with antitubercular drug. So you have to take around 15 tablets of antitubercular drug every day. So I have to explain with him, it's not a death sentence. It's a treatable disease. You may get better with the treatment. So, but I cannot guarantee you the time when you'll get better. So I have to explain to him that you have to take a long treatment. So patient have to understand his plan of treatment. Okay, with all the knowledge, medical knowledge that I have. Then you have to explore the emotions and empathize the patients. Okay. So you may have an upset patient. Okay. So when the person is upset, you allow him to ventilate and do not defend yourself. Do not try to solve their problem. You seem sad or something like that. Okay. What has caused the upset? Don't ask those type of thing. So you have to give him time to understand. So this is just a minute. So you have to, this is called a nurse protocol, okay? So state the patient's emotion, understand, then respect, praise the patient for strength and show support, and explore, ask patients to elaborate on the emotions. So that's all about the presentation for today regarding what it is to be a patient. So I will not go further beyond this. So the main objective of the lecture today is how to be a good communicator and put yourself in the shoes of the patient and know and understand, try to understand what do you expect from the doctor. So try to be that kind of doctor when you become a doctor after passing your MBBS. Even if you continue doing your post graduation, even your postdoctoral, even the super specialty. So always put yourself in the shoes of the patient, try to understand your patient, okay, and try to be a good communicator. So if there are any questions from you, I'll be happy to answer.
Sir,
Yes.
one question. Can you tell us from your opinion why most of the doctors these days do not have the qualities that you mentioned right now?
Most of the doctor, they don't have the quality. See, as I have said, Indian doctors, 80% of the doctors are not good communicator. Okay. The problem is we have never been taught this kind of course in our MBBS course, especially in the old medical curriculum. There were never this type of foundation course. So we were never taught about the importance of communication. What we have seen and what we have learned from our professors, our teachers, were the manners of our seniors were kind of rude in the olden days. Okay, in the past, were kind of rude. They were not a good listener. They were very short tempered. Then they will just scold or they will just angrily explain everything with the patient. So it's because of the examples they have set by the past doctors, and because of this lack of teaching, I think it's all because of that. Do you want anything specifically to be pointed out from this one understanding? Do you have any, like, why the doctors are not good communicator? Can you share me?
No, sir, I think it's clear from your saying. I feel very lucky to have this
Yes.
foundation course.
Because we were not taught, and because of the examples set by our this one teachers. See, we were in a medical college. There will be patient, they'll be lining up in the OPD, then they'll come to the ward. Or sometimes we may attend a patient in a casualty emergency department. As soon as they saw the patient, they just raised the tone of their voice, okay? And then there was never any kind of good communication with patient and the doctor. So that's what we have seen. Maximum what we have observed was that kind of communication. So that's why most of us are failed in communication. That's why we got beaten up. Then sometimes hospital got vandalized, clinic got vandalized. Yeah. Any other questions? So now you imagine yourself to be in the shoes of the patient. So I have asked you, what are the qualities of the doctor you want from a doctor? So you have said doctors should be soft-spoken, doctors should be honest, doctors should be confident, doctors should be an effective listener. So you all know now the quality of a good doctor. So the thing is, you have to train yourself to become the type of doctor. Okay. Any other questions?
Sir, one question.
Yes, I'm listening. You can ask.
So suppose you found out that you found the patients having stage 4 cancer and there is no chance to cure. And that time, what should you say to the patient?
The thing is, as I have included in my slide, he will get better. We cannot say that he will get better. Okay. So the first thing is you have to break the news with the patient or with the patient party. Then you have to understand that patient's family first. You have to understand the financial condition of the patient. And then you have to plan the treatment accordingly. See, you cannot give him a curative treatment. So the treatment that you're going to give is a palliative treatment. Palliative treatment means it's a pain relieving treatment only. You have to give pain relieving treatment as well as treatments which can improve his quality of life. Okay. So those are the things you can do to the patient. So you have to explain it very properly. You have to make sure that he understood he had a stage 4 cancer, which is not going to
Yes, sir.
But in his course of treatment, like let's say cancer of the stomach, okay. Cancer of the stomach may have this surgical someone have to turn off his mic. Okay, so patient have a cancer stomach which is stage 4. Then patient may require a palliative surgery. Palliative surgery means the cancer is obstructing the bowel. Patient cannot pass stool. So we have to make one surgery which opens his bowel, okay, on the front of the abdomen. That is a palliative surgery, not a curative surgery. So we have to explain to that patient, if we don't operate, you will not be able to pass your stools. So patient will end up having a intestinal obstruction. Patient may die of that complication. So for the relief of that, he may have to undergo that type of surgery. So the thing is, make him understand the disease, then plan a proper treatment, palliative treatment for your patient. Okay, so if the patient can understand, he will follow your instructions properly. Otherwise, as I've said, if you don't explain to him properly, he may go around and then he will end up being treated by a quack. Okay.
And sir, in your opinion, why the doctor's handwriting are so bad?
You see, even with myself, if I have plenty of time, for writing, I'm writing in a like it's readable, okay? But when there are so many patients lining up in front of you in the OPD, and when you started seeing the patient in a very fast manner, then your handwriting usually goes bad, okay? Because of most of the time, lack of time. But I will say,
Time minimizing, isn't it?
huh?
Time to minimize your time.
Yes,
Isn't
yes.
it?
Because see, you hardly have 5 to 10 minutes for one patient in the OPD, especially in the government setting. So most of the doctors, they write very bad, in a very bad handwriting. But I will say it's all about the dedication of the doctor. If you try to write in a better, like handwriting, there is time.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes. Yes. Go on.
As a Christian, how will you differentiate between religious faith and being honesty about patient situation? If there's no hope, then we have to have faith.
Yes, right. That's very true. That's why nowadays we're doing the holistic treatment. Holistic treatment will comprises of your physical, emotional, psycho, then social, all those issues. It will be taken care. Okay. So religion is one of the most important factor that can influence your medical practice. See, in our Hippocratic Oath, we have to treat irrespective of the race, religion, okay, all those backgrounds. So as a doctor, you have to be treating your patient irrespective of their background, okay? So that is one thing you have to know. And then when it comes to religious thing, see, Mohammedans, if there are any students, please don't mind, okay? They may have a problem with blood donation. But in our state, in Christian state, blood donation is very common. People don't hesitate to go for blood donation. But in the community of Mohammedans or Muslims, it's very difficult to find a blood donor because of some religious issues, I think. So that may be one thing which can hamper the practice of a medical doctor. And you know, Christian Medical College in Vellore, there is a Christian Medical College where the staffs, the teaching faculties are Christians. So that also has an impact on the treatment, caregiving to the patient. But I will not say the Hindus, they do worse, the Muslim, they do worse, the Buddhists, they do worse. It's all depend upon the quality of the doctor. So our Hippocratic Oath has expect us to treat your patient irrespective of their religious backgrounds, their race, or their ethnicity, or whether they are poor or whether they are rich. Okay, so we have to stick with the Hippocratic Oath. Any more?
Sir,
Yes.
suppose that a patient is dying of something or accident or some fatal disease like that, and if the patient parents or family members ask us about is he or she gonna survive, how will we answer that? Like he's not going, like he's not gonna survive that accident or fatal disease, and how will we answer that question?
Okay, so patient is dying, and then they're asking you, is this patient dying soon or like a bit delayed? Is that the question?
No, not like that, sir. Is he surviving? Will he survive or not?
He survived.
Something like that. Yes.
Okay. That depends upon the knowledge you have acquired during your medical training. Okay, so you know that your patient. See, I have a patient with stroke. Okay, there is a stroke patient. He is admitted. Patient is not responding now. Patient is not responding. Patient is breathing with oxygen. Sooner or later, he will require a mechanical ventilator. And even with mechanical ventilator, patient may not survive, because I have seen the CT scan of that patient, and the stroke is a huge one, which he is not going to survive. Okay, which is fatal. I can see from the CT scan. So I'm very sure that this patient is going to die. So I have to tell to the patient with confidence and with honesty. I will say that based on my clinical assessment, seeing his condition clinically as well as his CT scan, and seeing the present deterioration of the patient, I will tell the patient party that he's not going to survive. But I cannot tell that he will die in the next 24 or 48 hours. But I'm sure that this patient will not survive. So even if they ask me whether he will live or whether he will die, based on my clinical medical judgment, I will tell them honestly that what is my medical opinion, whether he will survive or whether he will die. Okay, so that depends upon how good you are trained, or how good the quality of your training has molded you into a doctor. Okay, so it's all about this one, medical knowledge. You cannot say if the prognosis is bad, you cannot say your patient will live. I have to say that patient will not survive. Okay, I cannot say the like white lie or something. I cannot lie to the patient party. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Any more questions? So I think if there is no more question, I wanted to leave you a message. Okay, take the most of your time, use the most of your time to become a good doctor, as we have discussed. Gain maximum medical knowledge from your books as well as from your teachers, and be dedicated and be hardworking. The only way to become a good doctor is hard work and dedication. And then at the end of the training, as we have discussed, you can be a good caregiver, you can be a good doctor, you can be a good communicator. Okay, all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.